As we journey from the inaugural Pro Tour stop in Florida, our travels lead us to a familiar landscape, the banks of the Brazos River in Waco, Texas. Here, amidst tranquil surroundings, lies the stage for the Waco Annual Charity Open, a tournament steeped in memorable victories, legendary throws, and the pursuit of perfection. Navigating through a labyrinth of winding woods and gusty fairways, players are met with a formidable challenge known simply as the Beast. This course has long been heralded as a test of technical mastery where precision reigns supreme. However, this year, Waco embarks on a new chapter. With different styles of play converging, the competition promises to push the boundaries of every player's skill set. Will we witness the emergence of a new prodigy? Or will history repeat itself? A new era of disc golf in Waco, Texas begins now.
Good morning, disc golf fans, and welcome to the Beast. Round number one of the 2024 Waco Annual Charity Open, presented by Prodigy, is underway for the FPO division. It is Tournament Central time, where we bring you into the action and chat a little bit about this tournament before the action starts. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, yet again. Nate, we're here back in Waco, Texas. Kind of set the stage for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise to me, Brian, that this has been one of the competitors' favorite events and also one of the fans' favorite events. I believe this is the 8th rendition of the Waco Charity Open. There's a lot of history here, and I think that's kind of what builds a memorable course. It becomes this nostalgic place. It becomes this prestigious finish there on 17 and 18. This is one of the shorter courses that we see all year long. They're coming in at 7,400 feet. I mean, that's really short on the Pro Tour standards. And taking a look at this flyover right here, Brian, and that Nate Sexton preview, that was beautifully written. We're on the banks of the Brazos River right here. Looking across the river, you can see this limestone bluff, and at the far end of the course, behind hole 17 and the newly designed 16, the confluence of the Bosque and the Brazos River. So the setting, it's ideal for Central Texas, a state that has shown it has the most courses, Brian. It has the most active PDGA members. It has the most tournaments every year. And Waco is right in the heart between Dallas, between Houston, between Austin, between all these disc golf hubs. So it's no surprise that this is one of the more successful events all season. And I'm proud that it's a DGPT Plus this year.
So excited that this is a Plus event. I totally agree with you, Nate. This is a course that, even though it comes in at 7,400 feet, the players seem to love it year after year because it's just a little bit different than everything else we see. But as we watched in that introduction to this show, why does this course set up so well for dramatic finishes?
I mean, it's the dichotomy of it. It's playing in those woods and then not knowing what kind of wind you're gonna have out here. Most often the prevailing wind is out of the northwest, which lends itself to a nasty crosswind on 17, where you have to take that turn. You're throwing into the headwind, then into a gnarly cross, and then 18, it's just flying. The disc is flying into that limestone bluff across the way. It's a 400-foot water carry. You have to make that decision. Do you have the pace to fight that headwind, cross the pond, and go for the 2? Or are you going to play safe, go for the 3? so year after year, it comes down to those holes. I don't think there's ever been a Waco tournament that didn't come down to those last two.
I think it's this tension that builds in multiple different ways out here. You get into the thick of the woods, kind of back of the front nine, and then the early part of the back nine. It's hard to not feel like you have to birdie a lot of those holes, but when you get yourself into trouble, that's when the pressure starts to mount. What's the rest of the field doing? Do I have what it takes to battle back to under par? Because I know when I get out into the open, there are some holes that could cost me serious strokes down the stretch. So I think this course is extremely entertaining. I can't wait to see the players attack it. But Nate, there's a change that happened here. Hole 15, originally the hole everyone knew as the electrical box hole, the par 4 alongside of the road, for multiple reasons was taken out this year, mainly for safety reasons. A lot of spectators line up to watch hole 18 on that road. But then also, there's a new hole being put in, hole number 16 now. Talk about that. Let's fly that hole.
Yeah, so we're back up against the river here, and this is going to play really interesting, Brian, because we're going to most often be playing back into this head left to right here. So FPO players are looking at a 285-foot, essentially a pure hyzer that they have to swing out over the river. The OB line is maybe 5 feet up from the bank, but I see this hole being, it's either obviously the birdie's there, but if you don't come back in bounds, there's no drop zone, Brian. So you're going to be playing from maybe 50 feet up in front of that tee pad right there, throwing your third. There is a little cutout over there in the woods. If the FPO division doesn't feel like they have that hyzer, they can try and play something in the woods. Really challenging hole. Fresh cut up here by the green. Can't wait to see how this one is playing.
I mean, I think 16, 17, and 18 now are all going to be just play their own role in this incredible finish. I think 16 is going to be great because that inside flex forehand up that tunnel is still a formidable option. And I think players like Kristen Tatar, when maybe the wind picks up a little bit too much, or it just doesn't feel like the right wind to throw the hyzer, I think we're going to see some very successful forehand flexes. I think you're not going to necessarily find yourself in the bullseye too often going up the gut like that, but I think you could definitely get yourself a putt for both divisions. I checked out the MPO pad as well, and we'll talk about that shot more this afternoon. Nate, Kristen Tatar, your returning champion of this event, and then almost all the other events last year, is back in the States. This is her first tournament in the U.S. this year. She said it was kind of a busy offseason for many reasons. Talk about what you gathered from her.
Well, yeah, first, I want to touch on that finish from last year, and I would love to just look at a parallel universe in which Kristen did not win this tournament, because I felt like her finish, her comeback, it kick-started something special. It snowballed this confidence. And we're actually going to take a look at Ella. Of course, Kristen hit that putt on 18 to end up sealing the deal. But really, it was Ella's to lose, wasn't it, Brian?
Yeah, and it was. But at the same time, we can't take away from Kristen the rock-solid play that she had when she came out of the woods and stepped up to hole number 13 and just started banging putts. I mean, this is back on hole number 3, but she played great and put the pressure on Ella. She knew that Kristen was not going to let up behind her, and the mistakes that we saw a lot last season from Ella were starting to come out. The forehand popping nose up, kind of ultimate mode. I still go back to this moment on 18. I really love the idea to go over the water because the adrenaline is flowing through you. Might as well go for it rather than throwing kind of a touchy shot on that second. And just didn't capitalize. And then this is an underrated putt. That crosswind was absolutely ripping. And Kristen had said she didn't even know that she had won the tournament. She was so locked and loaded that she played her way to the finish and didn't even realize she won. Just a crazy start to the year. What are both of these players, Ella Hansen and Kristen Tatar, going to have to do to take down this tournament this year?
Well, I think the bar has raised quite a bit from last year. I think we're going to see a new, of course we have another round. We have 4 rounds, Brian, but I think in the past, something around, even to 6 down has been comfortably on that lead card throughout the tournament. But I think the players have played this course enough. The field has gotten better. I think that they're going to have to shoot well under par if they want to be on the lead card, if they want to be filmed on the chase card. Lake Waco, we have yet to see how the FPO layout's going to play, but it's long over there. So the players that aren't really throwing longer are going to have to score here at the Beast, and it's pretty calm right now. It's conditions are ripe. It feels great. There's a nice 8-mile-per-hour breeze out of the northwest right now. A little bit of headwind on these starting holes, but I'm looking for something 6 to 10 under par from these athletes.
Well, we did talk to Kristin Tattar for the first time this season, and let's hear what she had to say.
So it was kind of a funny off season, and it was tough to balance everything. And I think for the first time, I was actually sort of relieved to come to the tour and just play disc golf and do what I know best. You know what I've realized is that it's best to have no expectations, in a good way. I mean, you can still have high standards, but go on the course without any expectations. Just accept what comes to you and give your 100%, and this is all you can do. The rest is out of your hands, and this is like something that I live by and try to do. Sometimes it's a little bit harder, sometimes not so hard, but yeah, I try to not have expectations, to be honest.
Just beautiful words again from Kristin Tattar, and throughout the past few seasons, we've just heard her speak about her mindset just continuing to elevate and refining her process of how she carries herself at the top level of this sport. Nate, she says she's trying to have no expectations, which you hear a lot, but it seems like out of anybody, she seems to do this the best.
She really does, and it says a lot about her game, Brian, when we asked her, what aspect of your disc golf game are you working on, and she's blunt. She says, I'm not working on my game. I'm not even working on my mental game. I'm working on getting disc golf outside of its own bubble. I'm working on deals with Porsche. Like, I'm hiring a manager. She's touching on those aspects of her career. And there's not a lot of disc golfers that have really been able to say that, honestly. I mean, Paul Macbeth has certainly carried the torch on the MPO side. Paige Pierce has done a little bit of that over the years. But for Kristin to just look at us and say, hey, I'm not even really focused on the golf right now. I'm trying to grow this thing.
Yeah, I mean, Nate, after all this success, all the eyes are on you. You go home to Estonia, you're going to presidential galas, you're being awarded all these awards, you're getting all this attention. I think at this point, the fact that she is focusing on this and not worrying about keeping the level of play, because she's there. She doesn't need to change anything right now. If she keeps playing the way that she's playing, she's going to dominate. And I think her biggest strength as an athlete, yeah, she has all the shots and is a great putter, but she's one of the best decision makers I've ever seen out of any division of any player. And that will just take you a long way. And that doesn't really go away. So just really impressive stuff. Can't wait to see how she does. With that, we have MPO action coming up this afternoon. We're going to talk a little bit about the MPO players coming up after this break.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow as an additional aesthetic variation. Fractal Line Discs utilize a new proprietary processing technique, splashing colors in a complex motif that can trick the eye into seeing patterns while each element remains distinctive and abstract. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com. The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight and captures our players' personalities along the journey. From prehistoric to flying machines, the theme for the 2024 Signature Series has some incredible artwork on some amazing pieces of plastic. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Do you feel like you have higher expectations of yourself? Like when you return to a tournament that you won last year, do you feel like you should win this tournament and that you are one of the top contenders here?
Yeah, for sure. I first felt that going back to Idlewild in 2022, where I felt I've done this before and I know that I belong and I can be right back up there. So I'm feeling the same way here, knowing especially this is one of my top 10 courses here at least. The golf course is another story, but this course specifically is one of my favorites. So I'm feeling good going into the week.
Did it feel any different to play after a big win?
Honestly, no, not really at all. It made me more excited to go out there and play, but I struggled putting the last 2 rounds, didn't play great, but still got a podium finish, so I'm happy with it. But I'm still just excited as I was last week and the week before to play this tournament.
Well, Nate, let's talk about Kyle Klein, the previous champion. He loves this course. He's openly said he really likes playing this track, and it makes sense. I mean, when I first saw him at Hornets Nest all those years ago, throwing 400-foot hyzer flips with a late turn, I was like, who is this kid, man? Like, people are not doing the things he does with the level of control and ease. Look at this little shot. Holds the ante, holds straight the entire way. That's such a masterful line to throw on hole number 11 here. But he's got the forehand too. I mean, Nate, this guy is going to be an elite player for a very long time because of that simplicity to which he throws with. Talk about his chances out here. Can he repeat?
Yeah, he absolutely can repeat, Brian. I mean, that 13 under par to finish this final shot into the wind here on 18. When they moved that basket over there toward the water, it really changed the game on how many people were really considering, carding a 2 here. That putt right there, that nervy putt right there, stuck on the right side chains. To successfully navigate the beast, you need to be able to throw straight in the woods. You need touch. Kyle has that, but also you need power to fight the wind. I mean, the first 3 holes in the wind, go into the woods for 9 holes, come back out. The final 6, it's going to be windy. The MPO, they're playing in the afternoon. We've never had a calm tournament here. It's always at least 10 to 15, gusting upwards to 25. In the last 2 holes, you're going to be going back into the headwind. So Kyle has the power. It's exactly what you need.
Well, Nate, during the press conference, he said he's starting to feel a little old. He's 22 years old.
22.
22 years old, not young, Nate. He said he feels like he's lost some distance, but when I watch him throw, he absolutely is above that threshold to be extremely successful on the tour. And what I like about him is he's the quintessential modern player. He's a chameleon. He has that crazy technicality that you can win at even the most wooded courses on the tour. But also, if he wants to throw the overstable disc on a flex line and throw flat, he can easily do that to beat the wind out here. And that's why he's playing so well at so many different places. We watched him at Olympus. I mean, obviously didn't take down the tournament, but was in contention to win during that final day. And I think the putting is what's coming along. This 35-footer on the elevated pin of 15 was just no problem for him. Nate, what have you noticed over the years in his development?
Yeah, I mean, the putt. I think that his routine has been one of the guys in the top 10 that hasn't been consistent. It's always like, oh, am I tapping a bunch? Like, oh, it looks a little nervy. He doesn't look comfortable. But now that routine has stayed the same over the last 2 seasons, and he wasn't getting great off the tee during that final round over at Olympus, but what he was doing was cashing putts from deep in circle 2, and then that last late run, 5 birdies in a row, 13 through 18, to finish well at the tournament, and it was all thanks to putts like that we just saw. That little kind of hyzer push. There's not really anyone else that is delivering on as much hyzer as he is. I don't know who you would compare his putt to, but he's kind of got a unique delivery, and I love to see the consistent routine. 15 seconds, usually no less, no more. same amount of taps. He's
Yeah.
he's not looking as nervous on the putting green as he was when he first came onto the scene 4 years ago.
Biggest thing that I noticed was that, and the forehand has also come a long way as well. So now he kind of has the full package, at least to what you need to be successful on tour. But we got to jump ahead. We have two more MPO players to touch on. Number one, Anthony Barela. He said after his giant win at chess.com, he saw on social media that people were talking about how bad he did at this tournament last year, which I guess is what happens when you're in the spotlight. Now people are watching every move you make. He says he's terrible at this course. I noticed some incredible touch from him this past weekend, going back to chess.com. I think that's the biggest part of his game that's come around on top of the clutch factor.
I mean, you can't navigate Olympus with just power. You need touch, and his form is so clean. He's throwing that Kratos, that new putter from Discraft, and he has the touch. It's coming out clean. He can slow things down with the putter. He's slowing things down with the buzz. He's toning down on that Athena and throwing it beautifully. He has all the shots. I think in the past, his game hasn't quite synced up with these touchy shots in the woods. I mean, there's 4 holes that are 315 feet or shorter back there in the woods. And if you're off your mark, the rough is it's dense out here. You got the smilax thorns in the woods, there's poison ivy growing dense in the forest back there. So his game just hasn't synced up in the past, but I'd be shocked if Anthony finished outside the top 10 here.
I agree with you. I think he's going to surprise himself. And I think, again, having low expectations out here is probably good for him, especially after that big win. But the two things that I think are really coming along for him before we move on, his touch, his ability to slow down all of the big, giant, long levers that he has, and then also just the ability to score in golf and take all those physical skills and compress them into a game plan that actually scores. So we'll see how he does. Another player we have to talk about is Calvin Heimburg. Calvin Heimburg just dropped out of the tournament and posted publicly that he's dealing with some elbow pain, which I don't think we've ever seen him talk about an injury before, Nate.
No, we haven't, and it's unfortunate to be dealing with something so significant this early in the year. I actually had dinner with Calvin last night and talked briefly with him about what he's dealing with, and there's a chance that it's some tendonitis. There's also a chance that he's dealing with the same injury that Kristen Tatar dealt with, which is the ulnar nerve entrapment. He's having a little bit of pain in the elbow when he's throwing forehands, and it's obviously very early in the season to be dealing with something like that, and the elbow, obviously one of the most important levers for the game. So unfortunate news from Heimburg, and we hope that he finds a remedy soon.
Well, speaking about the shoulder and arm pain and all the injuries that some of the top professionals are dealing with, Stacy Ronsley, a player in the FPO division who took 7th place last week at the Chess.com Invitational after training really hard last offseason, is also out with shoulder and arm pain. And it's just tragic, Nate. And I think these are the types of things that kind of wake the players up, especially if it's the first big injury that they've ever dealt with. It's like, not all these players are 18, 19 years old. You have to put a lot of time into your body as well, your fitness, and all these players can tell you that it's a grind out here on the road.
Yep.
And week in and week out having to throw hard on these courses is just really tough. And it's a shame to see Stacy train so hard. She reconstructed her entire throw inside and out, and it looks fantastic. And to have to drop out of this tournament, hopefully it's just a little bit precautionary. Yeah, hopefully it's just more of a preventative thing. It's a long season. We have a lot of tournaments, so good luck to you, Stacy, as well. With that, Nate, I want to ask you, as we look at these early scores, predictions, thoughts, final thoughts going into the FPO action.
Yeah, my hopes are that we have a new star rising on the scene here. We've seen a lot of familiar names here. We've got, I believe, a new Finn that we saw a little bit last year Silva Saarinen. I expect her to finish great here at the Beast. And remember, Brian, we've got a whole new course, Lake Waco. So we're just playing this one twice. This is going to be the opening round, and then round 3 where we're going to have our cut. So I think the cut's going to be somewhere in +2 range after 3 rounds. So really, this is the time to get under par.
Well, 2 courses now, all the skills going to be required out here in Waco, Texas. Round number 1 for the FPO division is about to be underway here on the Disc Golf Network. Wrapping things up for Tournament Central. Brian, Nate, we'll see you this afternoon, folks.
The team you support from the stands now finds a place in your home. Seasons change, the game remains. Prodigy Disc and the NHL, where disc golf and hockey live.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA Series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
I didn't think that this would ever happen in our game.
This is hands down the best season that we've ever seen. There were moments when it felt like she was not even living on this planet.
I guess I've been trying to be the role model to show them that it's actually a professional sport and it should be taken seriously. Accept what comes to you and give your 100%. This is all you can do. The rest is out of your hands.
The bar has been set, and all the players know where they have to be if they want to take that spot.
Two-time world champion and Waco winner from 2023, Kristen Tatar, has returned to the U.S. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Waco, Texas. Our action kicks off at the beloved Beast Course. We've had 6 different winners here in the past 6 years. Will the trend continue in 2024? Let's find out at the Waco Annual Charity Open, presented by Prodigy. Again, good morning, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside 4-time world champ and Hall of Famer Valerie Jenkins. Val, we know that Kristen's back here on U.S. soil, but the real question is, how in the world do you follow up the season that she just had in 2023?
Well, we're about to see, but I can only imagine that Kristen is just feeling very confident about what she did last year. I mean, it was a slow and steady progression to get where she was and to have a season like she did last year. And so I can only expect her to have a good off season, come back strong, and looking to defend all these titles that she won last year.
And speaking of titles, nobody collected them quite the way she did, including this 2023 Waco win, where it came down to the final hole and she was able to get past Ella Hansen. She'd go on to win at the Music City Open, hoisting a beautiful guitar and then taking down the first major of the year, the Champions Cup. She'd go to the 4-round Elite Plus event and take down Portland Open and the Des Moines Challenge. I feel like she got really good at hoisting trophies throughout the year. And then over in Norway, it was the PCS Open. And then would pick up her second major of the year at the European Open. Defended her title at the World Championships to become 2-time world champion. And then at the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship would hoist her 4th major championship trophy of the year. Such an incredible season by Kristen. The first 4 major sweep we've seen in our PDGA history. Also the most cash in a season. That's MPO or FPO, doesn't matter. Over $116,000 in winnings. Also the highest FPO player rating we've ever seen at 999, and the most Disc Golf Pro Tour points, over 1,300 collected. Prepping to get ready here for her 2024 debut. Also talked yesterday about celebrating her daughter's birthday, so exciting for her to be here and competing. She's PDGA World Rank #1, highest rated FPO player, and 2023 Player of the Year. Just a moment ago, Holland Hanley on the tee of hole #1. And she would go on to birdie from there. A great start for Holland Hanley, who also got her season off to a great start in the last few weekends at both the All-Star Weekend as well as the Chess.com Invitational.
And being at the beginning of the season, I know a lot of these players, you know, they had good seasons last year, but you look to have some redemption. You look to come back even stronger in the following year. So I really love these first few events to see how these players prepared in the off season and what they've got in store for us this
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Prodigy Presents Waco Annual Charity Open. It is now time for our 920 card. First on the box, representing Discraft, Paige Pierce.
And talk about comebacks. We saw Paige playing in our new home state, Florida, a couple weeks back. This is her second tournament back from injury.
Hannah Stefanovic.
Let's go. Whoa.
Anna, who hails out of Tucson, Arizona. Similar territory to where we saw Paige.
Third on the card, representing Discraft, Missy Gannon.
Missy Gannon online, just looking for it to sit down. Barely deep of the pin, but a great drive for Gannon to get started.
Ella Hansen.
Hansen's drive comes up just short. She'll be farthest from the pin.
Don't worry about your camera's leaking. I'm just holding it, bro.
And we're blessed to have none other than Nate Perkins on the ground as we're going to take a look at Arcana current conditions showing 65 degrees, humidity at 94%, wind speed at 9 miles per hour coming out of the southeast. But Perks, that's what we're seeing on screen. What are you feeling out there on the course, buddy? And actually just saw a moment ago that the wind speed picked up, and I think that's going to be a theme not only today but into tomorrow. So we'll see what the conditions provide for us, especially when we're going to see a new course this year. Val, we have a 4-round event, and we're introducing a brand new course to the tour this year.
Yeah, that course looks exciting. Got a lot of water, got a lot of marked out of bounds. Looks a little more open than what they have out here at the Beast.
Hansen doesn't connect with metal, but should have a short range comeback putt. Pierce to go to a knee for the birdie look.
Now it looks like the wind, there's more wind on the tee, less wind or more protected here around the basket. Ooh, that was a big skip off the edge of the cage. hole. It is the add signage that marks that OB line.
Rest of the card all tap in for par. Hanley on the second. And what a great start for Holland Hanley. Back-to-back birdies. And Emily Beach off to a great start, getting the first three to kick off her 2024 Waco.
And when we always describe this course, it's, half of the course is out here in this wide open area near the river, and then you have these very densely wooded holes in the middle part of the course. And so these players, if you favor the more wide open shots, go after it. Start off hot, and that could help kind of cushion any errors that might happen in the woods. Or maybe give you some momentum as you go into the woods, maybe some more positive feelings.
Oh, wait. Who's that gentleman? Camera? Yeah, but his back's turned, right? No. Oh, no. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. I'm supposed to throw it.
Paige talking about not necessarily hitting her line, and also we heard from her last weekend regarding the chess.com, or 2 weeks ago, saying she wasn't necessarily throwing at full power, and I think we just saw that there. Hannah out in the center of the fairway. Late tree kick won't be too punishing for Gannon, although it looked like the best drive of the three so far. See if Ella can take advantage of the big distance she has.
Oh yeah, great drive from Ella.
And our defending champ, Kristen Tatar, in less than 10 minutes, she'll be teeing off. Don't go anywhere.
And Isaac turns away for a second. Are you live right now?
As the blades of grass dry and die, the sounds of blades on ice rise. The team you support from the stands now finds a place in your hand. Seasons change, the game remains. Prodigy Disc and the NHL, where disc golf and hockey live.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow as an additional aesthetic variation. Fractal line discs utilize a new proprietary processing technique, splashing colors in a complex motif that can trick the eye into seeing patterns while each element remains distinctive and abstract. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
The Waco Annual Charity Open is presented by Prodigy. Find your flight. Pierce with her approach on 2. Just outside of the bullseye.
At hole 2, it's really about this second shot. You make sure you have a good drive, but you want to get that upshot close.
And this is our first DGPT Plus event of the year, which means it's worth 125 percentage points of the total that they're going to be going after here in 2024. See that a major is 200% and our playoffs are 150%. Also featuring 4 rounds, and I know we just talked about that, Val. We've got a new course in the mix this year at this event. So we've got additional money added, we've got additional point multipliers on the line, and we've got an additional course and action for us here at the Waco Annual Charity Open as Hannah makes a solid putt. Easy tap in for Pierce as Hansen was just off the mark with her birdie look. Easy birdie for Gannon.
And it does seem like an unfortunate missed opportunity for Ella. That's a hole she can easily birdie.
And in less than 2 minutes, 2023 world champ Kristen Tatar will be up to tee.
Is it like Klein? Oh, there's like 30 something.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard, considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller?
Ja. Checka det här. Åh, jävlar.
Snyggt.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Brought back by popular demand, Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Discs that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
A few final instructions and words before our last feature card of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen,
tees off.
welcome to the 2024 Prodigy Presents Waco Annual Charity Open. It is now time for our 9:35 a.m. FPO card. First on the box, representing Discraft, Valerie Manduano.
Well, clearly Kristen thought she was going first.
Instead, a different champion, previous champion of the event, and Valerie Mandahano. The release is low coming out of Val.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series.
Evelina Solomon.
And now our 2020 champion here from Waco, Evelina.
That tree saved her. Hopefully that went far
Third
enough.
on the card, representing Latitude 64, Kristen Tatar.
Forehand has not been a common play here off the tee of one. Kristen's comes out low.
Chantel Budinsky.
Chantel's drive also low, so I sense a theme there off the tee of home.
I like the theme that they are all safe. A good start.
And we're going to take a look at Val's ski, brought to us by
If you like playing in the wide open with the wind, you lean into it, start off strong, and then likely you'll finish strong. But you have to lean into maybe the wooded course, the wooded part of the course, if that's where you favor your game. Scramble rate in the woods is going to be something that the players need to rely on. You need to know if you got to pitch out or if you have a chance to go for it. I can't wait to see how these players attack this course this year. I feel like every year, I mean, we've talked about it, there's a new winner every year out of this tournament, and with a new added course, it should be interesting.
Off the front of the basket for Kristen. Easy work on the approach for Val.
Chantel, representing our presenting sponsor, Prodigy. She has a win of her own and deserving to be on a lead card like this, but I can only imagine the nerves being in such a spotlight.
Rest of the card will tap in, and as you were just talking, Val, we saw her pick up a silver event win last year. Chantel Badinsky coming in from Canada, known as Miss Frisbees online.
You can see this is a very technical course that she took down this win. Curing shots. And that's the hole she finished on. What a great win for her last year.
And Missy Gannon will tap in for back-to-back birdies on 2 and 3. Great start.
Like I mentioned before, it really comes down to the second shot here. But we do see a lot of the players trying to hit this right-hand route. And if you can get clear of the trees and the branches and give yourself a little extra distance, it's going to shorten up your approach.
Low but workable for Chantel. Catching up with Henna for the first time on the 4th. A standstill with her second shot. Looking to bend that from left to right. And that will put her at least around circle's edge for a birdie look.
Henna is one of the best players with standstill control shots. We know she's great in the wide open, and she can dial in the shots in the woods, so I expect to see Henna playing really well on this course.
Radinsky caught up by the trees, so at best a long look for birdie from there.
Val's drive carries so far to the right. Now she has the two options, but going for the safer sidearm route. There's OB on that right-hand side, the path and beyond.
Short, but inside the circle from Mundahano. You see Gannon on the tee of 4. Nice safe tee shot there by Gannon. Finding the center of the fairway, which is so crucial as you enter the more wooded section of this course. Forehand approach is on lock for Kristen. So Henna's on the short left side and forced just to pitch it up out of position for the putt. That should be an easy tap in par. See a couple of our players bringing umbrellas with them. There is a threat of rain at some point today. Hanley trying to go 3 for 4.
Whoa. Even with the slight drop off or the threat of going into the river, does not scare Holland from going for that putt.
Just short. Big shout out to our friends over at Zuka as we rolled the Zuka replay. Now Mundahano. 42 feet or so, and left side corner pocket. Birdie for Val.
I felt like she almost gave up on it, seeing it fade off to the left, but just hung on to the inside of the cage.
Kristen from circle 2. Back-to-back pars for Kristen get started. It's going to be great to see how Evelina comes back after the 2 weeks that she's had claiming her chess.com trophy and title. And when asked as to what she's been doing, she said just some hanging out and some chilling, so to speak. She didn't work too intensely on any given aspect of her game. She's kind of just been relaxing. Take another look at Mundahano with the long birdie. I'll agree with you, Val. I don't think she was confident that that was going to get all the way there and clear the edge of the basket, but it falls in. And a circle 2 connection for Mundahano.
An amazing second shot for Missy.
She'll have a tap-in birdie here on the 4th.
Wow, and it comes in so softly, just to rest right next to the basket. Again, anything too fast can hit that hard pan and head right for the river.
And for the second drive in a row, we see Mundahano pull it to the right.
.320 feet to the pin. And that's near perfect. Just outside the bullseye for Kristen. And to fight its way back to the pin, that needed a lot more height underneath the disc. Keeping it low when you're playing out in the open in the woods is generally a good idea, but Chantel needs a little more height to get closer to the pin.
Hanley on the tee of 5. That's going to give her a birdie look. She's off to a great start so far. Evelina stands still forehand. And that will be inside the circle, but really her first putt of any significant distance. And with that, Missy will tap in for her 3rd birdie in a row. And Holland's drive landed there, which would put her 4 under through the first 5. Off to an incredible start.
It's so fun watching these early season tournaments and knowing the potential of these players, knowing that Holland, coming off of the big win at the end of last season, is going to be hungry this season to get another win. She knows what it tastes like. She knows what to do. There's so many players out there that are just sick to really make their breakthrough this season.
We saw Holland and Ella Hansen just a couple weeks ago going into the final round of our opening event, all tied up, ultimately to have Evelina get past them, but certainly right there in the hunt, like you said, hungry for an early season win. Here's Gannon on the 5th. Good skip up, well inside the circle for Gannon.
Solid putting just like that from Evelina. It allowed her to take down the win.
Tatar for her first birdie of the year, and that is short. So just when it looked like she was going to get on track, she comes up short with her effort, and she'll remain at par. disappointing pars here on the third. And we're heading into the woods. First, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Welcome back. Valerie Mandujano on the tee of 4. Not quite getting the hyzer finish that she'd like there.
Yeah, that's more of the route here from Evelina. It's a nice bounce. Might have been a little too tight.
And that one connects and gets a kick to the left for Kristen.
These fairways are just lined with just such dense woods. These holes where the fairway is so small that it's sometimes a better option just to pitch back out into the fairway and keep going. There's not a lot of shortcuts if you end up in the woods.
And a great shot by Chantal, similar to what we saw from Gannon. And Val, you were just talking about the woods and what's required here on this tee shot.
Yeah, a lot of these holes, it's going to be so important to hit the fairway and make sure that when your disc is landing, that it's landing nice and slowly and not a ton of angle where it can skip off and find the woods on either side. There is a OB line and some open parts of the woods on the left-hand side, so that is possible to find the OB over there. And then as you get closer to the basket, speed control is going to be very important, that you hit short of the pin and skip up to the basket. Anything long could go OB. What a great flight from Kristen. Really, she did not end up in a bad spot after that very dramatic tree kick to the left.
Couldn't ask for much more from Salonen on the approach.
Focus on the player, getting the whole body in there, but really the flight.
Timing is crucial here, because if you pull this too far into the right, you're still in the woods, or you hit that tree, and that is a very fortunate kick to keep her in the fairway. She'll still have an opportunity to get up and down and save par. Had that kick to the right, there would be almost a bogey at best coming for her. Now, Ella Hansen on the tee of 5. Oh, what a kick for Hansen. Up onto the shelf. She'll have a look for birdie. See if she can take advantage.
I think it was a high leg kick, a follow through that really helped.
A favorable kick there from Mandahano, right toward the basket, well inside the circle.
I'm just thinking how fun it would be to have a highlight reel of the best tree kicks in disc golf. Some shots that are completely off target, that get redirected back to the pin. I know there's been some aces out there like that, but you always love some tree love out on a course, especially a course like this.
A great approach from Chantal. And Hanley has another birdie look. Feels like she's done so on almost every hole, and that one's just off the front of the cage.
But to connect with metal from that distance, she's looking locked.
And Hansen does take advantage of the favorable tree kick. She'll go to 2 under. Outstretched Kristen, looking to get up and down and save par. Certainly respecting that back hillside slope that leads down to the water's edge. And we saw the drive by Missy, and that is the result. Tap in birdie. No putting required.
And you hold your breath when you see your disc hitting at an angle behind this pin. But Evelina stays close.
It had the power, but not the line, as Chantel's going to have to settle for a par. If there's any question about Val's putting stroke, I think that's been answered. It looks very good here in the early goings. For the 4th hole in a row, Kristen will pick up a par. I feel like you don't really say that all too often, that Kristen has parred 4 in a row.
And I'm thinking, Kristen, this is her first tournament back. Evelina has now had almost 3 different weekends on film with some competitive play. these players are warmed up by this point. They know what they're doing. They've gotten any early season nerves out of the way. For Kristen, these are the first few holes that we're seeing of her year. So I'm expecting to see her getting warmed up and then getting back into that swing.
Hansen with a forehand approach here on hole 6. And a near park job coming up for Ella Hansen. And we've got Nate Perkins out on the ground. Nate, we see some umbrellas, and well, why don't you give us an update on what the conditions are like out there?
Well, I think last week we all checked the weather and it did not look good. Weekend, rain, high winds, and so I think a lot of players are just thankful to have a little break in those conditions. There is some potential rain looming around noon, but right now it's pretty ideal. I think I would characterize it as a little sticky. It's like 85% humidity. I've seen some players double check their grips, but they're thankful the rain is holding off for now.
Appreciate it, Nate. And the FPO division may not be as concerned about the rain as, of course, the MPO is playing this afternoon. A great shot coming here from Evelina. Just outside of the bullseye. She'll have a birdie look.
And playing on a wooded course like this, I mean, there's already a million things that the players need to focus on as they stand on the tee. Then you add some elements like maybe they're going to slip on the tee pad. Maybe you didn't get a great grip on the disc. I mean, those just add to how difficult a course like this can play.
It was good. It was okay. It was so cold.
Could be trouble as that gets caught up on the right side.
You did see it punch back out to the fairway, so I think that's very, very fortunate.
Long range for Missy Gannon as this is going to go downhill. And from there, she would go on to clean up for par. Emily Beach on the 7th.
Wow. Nice. Yes.
And Emily, who's been off to a hot start.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Hole
looks like
4.
as we just saw, as you head into the woods, the fairway gets very narrow and quite punishing when you get off of it. So Emily struggles. We'll see what she can do on 7 and beyond. And now Chantel, forehand approach into the bullseye. Easy par coming up.
I got left there.
Hansen for birdie.
Yeah, bird.
On the tee of 7 with Hanley, that's pulled right. And that is trouble. She may have kicked down to somewhere, onto another fairway actually, down into that right-hand side. And a simple approach for Bundahano.
They're trying to aim for the cameraman all the way down and fade to the left. That's perfect. Henna's going to be in such a great spot. She can likely see the pin and will be attacking the pin from there.
And for her first birdie of the round, Kristen in on 5.
She remembers. And seeing her line up that putt, I mean, we saw that time and time again last year. A straddle putt, slightly elevated to the pin. Those are her bread and butter.
Meanwhile, Evelina's putter looking good here in the early goings as well.
It's the closest one until 12.
Look at all of our competitors sitting there at 4 under par. Hanley being one of them. However, she's in trouble. Trying to fight back to the fairway, and that's not clean.
We haven't seen too many players find that far right side like she did. And I was surprised to see how open it was for her to get back to the fairway.
We currently have 6 competitors tied for first at 4 under par. Madison Walker is the one that's furthest along on the course. She's all the way up on hole 15 at the moment. Excuse me, she's through 15 and she's on 16.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, the last event we played here on the Pro Tour, there were 6 competitors in the hunt to win when we came down to that final round. I hope to see more events like that. That's what makes it so exciting, where every hole matters, every putt, every stroke matters. It really puts pressure on all these players to keep themselves in it, make sure that they're still in contention when it comes down to that final round.
Hanley's third. And really just playing for position. And with that, she'll pitch over at best and have a bogey. So Hanley giving one back to the course, assuming she gets up and down. Evelina's forehand, trying to push down the hillside to the right. This one's going to track to the right of the pin. Oh, and the tree not necessarily helpful there. However, she's still inside the circle. Maybe a coin flip as to whether or not that would have pushed into the brush on the right side.
That's what I'm thinking. As the discs fade closer to the basket, it slightly goes downhill, so it pulls the discs into the trees, and there's trees long and to the right, and so those can come into play on the putt if you go too deep.
Thinking maybe she got away with one by her reaction, but just outside of the bullseye.
The way she was squirming her body and manipulating the flight. Wow.
We're going to roll the Zuka replay. I think she'd even admit that wasn't quite the intended line, but you can't argue with the result. A near perfect drive by Henna. Puts her in the center of the fairway. Just trying to get over the little gully and then checks up perfectly. Tap in birdie coming for Henna. See if Val's putter can keep it rolling this time from circle 2. And she'll need that to save the par. And we were saying best case scenario for Hanley is a bogey, and with that, she's going to struggle to capture the 5. So we'll see what Holland can do as we're taking a look at Evelina, who is stuck up in the tree.
2-meter rule not in effect. She doesn't get a penalty for being stuck up in the tree.
Assistant tour director Phil Delone helping out. All in a day's work for Phil out there.
Good help.
From circle 2. Money! Yes. What a putt by Mundahano.
She just looks so casual.
Take another look. Really online the whole way. Good height, good speed. Adjusting for the slight downhill slope. Kristen trying to do the same. Not quite the deadly confidence and precision that we're used to seeing from Kristen on the green. She did make a solid putt earlier back on hole number 5, but other than that, they have not been spot on. And Chantel will take advantage of the drive, leaving her just outside the bullseye. Hanley has this for bogey.
Really? What a putt to save.
Limiting the damage to the bogey. She'll go to 3 under. Back on the tee now of hole 7 with Missy Gannon.
Needs it to carry to the left just a little bit. She has such great distance. That's ideal. That is exactly what you want.
Take another look. She's hitting the line perfectly, but not finishing too hard to the left, because you could otherwise get pinched up against the trees there. She's going to love that. And let's take a look here, Val. Well, we could just use Missy's shot, but let's take a look anyway. What are they trying to do?
Well, you've got this Mando tree here on the left-hand side to force the players to go down the tunnel. Holland was far on the right. You want to make sure that you're hitting this gap. You want to ride high on that right-hand side and have some stability in the disc that it finishes off to the left. Anything that carries too straight won't give you a great angle. You want to be more to the left so that you have this open look at your next shot. The farther you can get down this fairway, the shorter that this shot's going to get. You want to make sure that you're penetrating over the valley, hitting right next to the basket and getting a slight skip. We saw with Holland, she left it a little short. She had that huge uphill putt. Anything long, now you got that hill behind the basket to worry about. It's great to see Ella going for it, and it pays off. She is going to have a putt from there.
Hanley coming off the bogey on the previous hole. Doesn't love it out of her hand. Hole 8, the shortest hole on the course. Now we're getting this overhead look at hole number 7. Pierce in good position.
Great shot.
Okay, she'll take it. She's got a smile because she knows she missed her line. She did not intend to go to the right of that tree. Pierce off to a relatively slow start so far. She's even as she heads to the green of 7. Currently sitting in a tie for 26th.
An even par gets you in 26th place. I mean, that just shows how hot that the field is shooting out there. But Paige is lining up for a birdie. Get herself back under par.
And the first of all of our competitors to get to 5 under is Owen Scoggins. Great start here. Owen coming off a very impressive performance last weekend where she was in Arizona playing in the 4-round Memorial Championship.
Wow, bouncing all over the place from Florida to Arizona to Texas in 3 weeks.
Speaking of Florida, Madison Walker on the tee here of hole number 17. She's one of our front runners. She's currently sitting at 4 under. Moments ago, Stacy Kiefer pushed to 5 under. So seeing some great scoring here to get things started. The Waco Annual Charity Open. Lisa Fakis down there in a tie for 6th. Lisa has won this event 4 times. Prior to becoming a Disc Golf Pro Tour event, Lisa had won this 4 consecutive years, starting around 2012. Texas native doing some work. Here's Chantel. Favorable kick. The opposite for Evelina, a terrible kick off to the right side.
You just know you're out of play when you kick down to the right. That's a great shot from Kristen. Even a kick like that or keeping off to the left once you've made it past the Mando, there's still potential. There's still an opportunity to maybe go for the pin from there. But where Evelina kicks to, you're losing a stroke. It's almost automatic.
Hansen with a birdie look.
Yeah.
And she converts. That's picking up 3 of the last, well, 3 in a row and 4 out of the last 5. And that's going to carry toward the road and maybe well out of position for her next shot.
Yeah, I was worried that was heading toward the road out of bounds, but she stays short of that, but long of the ideal spot to look down that opening.
This is Hanley for par, struggling here on hole number 8. We saw the drive which found trouble, and now the par save is no good, so that'll be back-to-back bogeys for Holland Hanley.
Evelina's out, and she's on the left-hand side. She's going to have a more of a hyzer approach to the basket.
tree kick may have helped her considerably, although she was well off the mark. And Nate, we saw Val's kick off way to this left side. Is she going to have an angle to get to the pin?
Yeah, I think she'll have an angle to get there. It'll be pretty sharp. She'll have to push that back wall just a bit.
And really, this is one of the closest to the road shots we've ever seen. From way off on this left side, as Nate just said, he thinks she can still get there. And she hit the gap perfectly. In fact, just past the pin. Solid shot there by Evelina. Now Ella Hansen, T of 8, and also hung up. 213-footer providing some challenge here. Kristen trying to line up for birdie. That needs to stay clean at the end, and it gets caught up. So she'll have an uphill putt with obstruction.
Oh, man, these trees are just smacking the disc straight down.
One of our co-leaders in Owen Scoggins.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's everything we need to know. She said, I'll take that. Pierce, standstill approach. We've seen almost every tee shot we've seen here on 8 has been trouble, but not for Pierce. Bullseye hit. See if she can get something going.
Sounded like she didn't like it, but there was enough ground play to keep that momentum carrying the disc forward.
And you have to be very careful here, because as you're going to put this up, obviously you got to get the nose up, but then if it clips a tree or any kind of branch, or even when it comes down to the ground, there's a really good chance it could pop itself up and roll back. And I think she's contemplating right now as to the angle she wants to put on this. You really want this to come in flat, otherwise you're in threat of a roll away. Couple of options to contemplate. And she actually hits metal. So online, and maybe more importantly though, it stops right there for her.
Yeah, exactly. And she had enough power on it that it was going to go past the pin. So that extra spin keeps it on top of that hillside.
Gannon trying to approach on 8, and that's right next to the pin, so she'll have a tap in par.
Good thing the putt is looking strong. A putt like that, that'll really get your heart rate up, knowing that any mistake, if you airball it, you're 50, 60 feet down the hill.
Solid uphill putt for Chantel. We continue to see the confidence out of Evelina. She's going to take that over to the shortest hole on the course, hole number 8, but now catching up with Scoggins.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's how you end up with that good streak on.
Ella will have a tap-in par on hole 8. Now, the second shot coming from Madison Walker on 17.
All right.
That'll be a long, long look for birdie. Somewhere deep in circle 2.
Yeah. Nice.
What a play.
Got some lucky.
I was going to say skipping right into the hillside or off the hillside. Right up next to the basket.
Up and over the roots. I think that was all planned.
Well, in the very limited sample size we've seen, the backhands have had more success, as I'm saying that. The backhands so far, though, have still had more success than the forehands that we've seen here on hole number 8. Kristen looking to change that narrative.
That just releases way too far to the right. And I don't know. Backhand, sidearm, nothing's going to work if you don't hit the gap. So we're going to have some fighting to do.
Not a problem for Scoggins to pick up her 3rd birdie in a row. She is out in front now. Mandahano, forehand approach.
I want to check the stat. Is this playing as the hardest hole in the course?
I was in a moment we'll check in with Perkins because I'm not understanding. But first we've got Madison Walker. If they offered you a par on 17, you'd take it every time. So Madison probably not too upset with that. And Perkins, what's going on 8? We've seen, I think, 1 good drive out of about 4 groups so far.
Yeah, I think we just have to chalk that up to just how tight it is. It's the shortest hole on the course, but it's also the tightest, maybe 10 feet across in the center of that fairway. And yeah, Val's looking at a bogey. Tough up and down here for Evelina, and a really tough lie there for Kristen.
Evelina hitting her line just deep of the pin. Still very makeable comeback putt for par.
And it really comes down to the release point off of the tee. If you didn't hit the gap perfectly, you're going to get knocked down by any one of these trees. And Evelina, she's still semi in the fairway to make an upshot like that. Take a look at what Kristen's got. Just looks like a wall of trees in front of her. Wasn't able to get a ton of distance close to the pin, so she's got work to do on this putt. There is a slope behind this pin.
Here's a real gut check for the putter that we've seen so hot today.
That was not a layup. That seemed like it had plenty of power forward, that she was going for the putt. If it was a layup, that would have hit the ground 10 feet short of the pin.
Down. Goes to 2 under with the birdie. Gonna roll the Zuka replay from circle 2. Chantel connects. And Kristen answers this time with a connection of her own. Val's going to be near circle 2 with a comeback uphill putt for bogey. And it looks like it might be slightly obstructed as well, as she's going to reach out to the left side. It's going to be difficult to generate the power to go uphill and avoid the bush that's on her right side. What do I know? Easy work.
Going, Terry, stop being so overdramatic.
It was a difficult putt, and she made it look so easy. And that was to say bogey. Evelina in for par.
Hole 18. Always a point to talk about as we finish up the Beast. I would say about 98, 99% of our players playing this left-hand side, choosing a safe shot off of the tee. The conditions are good. We might see a few players go for it.
Owen on the tee of 10, placing it right up the middle of the fairway. Asking to stay out of trouble. And it shouldn't be a problem for her. She's your leader. We've got more on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Don't miss the exclusive pre-sale at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
You've seen them in the hands of professionals, helping them compete at the highest level. Whale Sacks is a female-owned small business, handmade in the USA. We are dedicated to outstanding grip for all disc golfers.
Spend $40 all this month at Power Grip USA and your order ships free. Pick up something popular, try the new Latitude 64 Brave, or even the Innova Roll-Up. Shop us online, powergripusa.com.
Let's go!
The team you support from the stands now finds a place in your home. Seasons change, the game remains. Prodigy Disc and the NHL, where disc golf and hockey live.
Taking a look at Shelly May's scorecard out there. Perkins, I hear you have an update as to how things went down. What was Shelly May doing last night?
Well, last night they hosted the Waco Putt Night over at the Brotherwell Brewery, and Shelly May dominated Terry. She beat majority of the FPO scores, and it was my first time seeing her. She's a PDGA in the 200,000, Terry, at 215. And if you look at her 2023 season, she has been dominating tournaments in SoCal, and she's 3 down through 15.
Awesome to see. I had my first introduction to her at the Phoenix Ladies Open last year, which she happened to take down as well. So great to see a new superstar on the scene. Now Missy Gannon, hole number 9.
Oh. That just took all the power and spin off the disc. Not a great start to a challenging par 5.
That was Owen's second on the 10th. Here's Madison Walker.
Does she get across?
No, I guess that finds the water. So short for Madison. And so punishing because Madison didn't touch ground on the basket side there of the green. So she has to throw from the short side.
That is the last thing you want to do. Have to throw that shot again. There's also OB long of the pin from where she's throwing, but that's what you should be aiming for. You need to get it across. It'll be a scary comeback putt from there.
Do it.
Oh.
Owen with the birdie look on 10. Doesn't get it to drop. She's doing just fine as she's sitting at 6 under. And looking for a par on the 10th. Ella Hansen, Stacy Kiefer, Jessica Weiss, and Madison Walker all sitting at 4 under. As we continue to scroll. Of competitors all knotted up at 2 under. Kristen sitting at 1 under. Emily Beach, we see there, was off to such a hot start. I believe she got the first 3 in a row. Now finds herself at 1 over. And someone notably missing from the field, Stacy Ronsley, last night made a post around 2 a.m. saying that she woke up with some incredible pain in her back and was unfortunately had to withdraw. So we wish Stacy the best.
That's so unfortunate to hear about an injury so early in the season. And just in a couple of weeks, we've got U.S. Women's.
Great putt by Madison Walker. And let me correct myself. She said a lingering shoulder pain, not a pain in her back, but a lingering shoulder pain. I want to get that correct.
Speedy recovery. Hope she's feeling better here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, she's got a birthday in 2 days coming up as well, so let's hope for that speedy recovery as Missy Gannon's forehand connects with a late tree. And Owen, no problem cleaning up for the par.
Okay. Yeah, somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. So your wedding is just before. We're thinking. You have to plan it like 2 years before. No, not. I did it in like.
Got our feature card waiting on the tee of this hole.
So Ella's inside the circle for her par look.
Super hard. We want to do it in the summer because it's nice, but again, there's the season and everything.
It's always fun going to these first events of the season. You know, you see these players every weekend when the tour is in full swing, and then you have a couple months off, and then it's like a reunion when you're seeing players again. You know, what you do in the off season. I mean, I guess social media, everybody knows what everybody's doing, but it's a fun chance to catch up and get back to it, going back to work.
I mean, yeah, you think it'd be that easy.
Owen out in front at 6 under. She's talked about how she is not fully healed and how she still could use more time off, but she's out here grinding. Watching her play last weekend, also the weekend before at the chess.com and our All-Star weekend. Not the worst kick for being offline.
So ideally, you want to hit the gap, stay to the right of that tree in the middle of the fairway. It's a decent kit. Hopefully she didn't go into the trees too far on the right. All right, we've got some work to do on their second shots. This is a par 5, over 500 feet.
Owen on the tee of 11. Trying to fight through the right side, but gets hung up. And let's take a look at what we're trying to do here on 9.
It's framed up perfectly. I mean, you have to hit this gap. It is such a narrow window, though, for the players to make sure that they're hitting that perfect line. As I mentioned, once you hit that gap, you want to stay to the right of this large tree right here in our screen, and that's going to allow you to keep flying forward. Maybe you get a nice skip off of that dirt patch at the top of the hill. And then the second shot, this is when the fairway starts to bend around to the right. So we see second shots landing around this zone. And again, it's tough to stay in the middle of the fairway because it's dirt. It can easily skip off the fairway. And then heading up toward the basket, it's perched at the top of this hill. Anything too long, you're going to have those trees in the way of your putt. Oh, and that hits early again for Val. The woods are thick. And it is so easy to kick into the woods, get off the fairway here on this course.
Missy Gannon keeps the clean scorecard. That's going to be difficult for Val to do at this point. In fact, that's her third. So even the most miraculous of shots to get down and maybe around the bend would give her a long look at saving par at best.
That needed to turn over more sharply at the beginning of the flight. If you're off the fairway on 9, hopefully you're getting distance with each throw. It doesn't have to look pretty. You just got to finish.
Owen will have some work to do there to save the par. Kristen trying to just get down to the corner with this shot. And that's well placed. The inside line is tight, so that means likely 2 more from there, and that would be a bogey for Mundahano.
You almost have to expect a hole like that is going to happen where you're just struggling, just about taking a deep breath, moving on. And Owen having some struggles of her own, likely the first bogey on her scorecard. It's impressive. I mean, to make it through 10 holes, bogey free.
Pierce on the tee of 10. That is a long drive for Paige Pierce. And Owen will give one back to the course. She's now at 5 under. Still a co-leader. She's tied with Missy Gannon, but Missy's getting hung up. Missy currently has a clean scorecard going.
Evelina's got to get around the corner to the right. We're getting closer. You can see the flag around the basket. So she's just outside circle 2.
As we can see, there's not really a shortcut here for Badinsky. Just trying to play out, try to find the fairway, and then hopefully pitch up from there.
And that was a perfectly placed shot. There's this trail that rides down the center of the fairway. So if you can land on that and ride that to the basket, you're looking good.
Badinsky hoping to get up and down to save the par. Oh, she's pulled that one.
Ooh, and that goes deep of the pin.
Gannon will be inside the circle for her par look.
And there was really the one window to hit to get up to the pin, and because Val's been struggling on this hole, she needed to risk it. She needed to go for that shot, and it just does not pay off.
That will put Val in contention for a double bogey if she converts. Pierce with a birdie look. And that's going to feel like a wasted drive. So much distance. Maybe a little out of position on that left side from where she was, but to walk away with a par is going to feel disappointing to Pierce. And Ella Hansen has a chance at getting into a tie for the lead. This is for birdie. A solid putt by Hansen. Tied up at the top at 5 under.
I think you get half of it's behind you, dead and unattached. You could definitely move the one leaning on it too. Yeah, just this one. Yep.
Oh, it gets deflected away from the pin. With a relatively easy sidearm approach.
It was Evelina's 4th, meaning she still has an opportunity for par.
those trees blocking the pin. Gonna force a short little sidearm for Kristen. No need to get too greedy.
This is Gannon's par look on 10.
And a huge roll. I mean, the shock on Missy's face.
I think it matches our shock. The fact that she had not made it from that distance and then punished with that terrible roll away. Chantel. And off the mark. Well, I know what hole 9 is having for breakfast. It's this group's scorecard. Not exactly moving their way through here swiftly. Evelina for par. A solid putt. So she'll escape with the par. Kristen also will have that opportunity. However, we're going to see some strokes surrendered here on 9 overall.
Yeah, and compared to the way the rest of the field played this, it's playing slightly under par for the rest of the division, but our featured card having some troubles.
Badinsky's in for a double bogey. They're halfway through the round. Now we're back with Gannon. And that one is in.
Twice the distance,
At
slightly uphill.
Now catching up with Allie Smith on the tee of 17. See Allie at 4 under, just 1 off the lead. And setting herself up for the second shot. Hansen leaking left.
Stays in the center of the fairway, but that's going to be likely a layup from there.
The tee shot shape of 12 definitely is similar to what we see on hole 9. Owen looks to have a good clean drive there, and big thanks to our friends over at Flight Factory Discs, providing our aerial coverage throughout our 2024 season.
Hole 10 is a chance for these players to unleash some frustration. It's more wide open. Evelina takes full advantage of her distance. Just under 500 feet. Plays as a par 4. Kristen flew the entire width of the fairway, starting on the far right side and finishing just at the edge of the left side of the fairway.
clean for 2/3 of it. Val's going to kick to the left side.
Right now. Thank you.
Missy has a birdie look on 11, uphill.
I said likely a layup, but I don't know if that's in Missy's game plan.
Back with Allie Smith, throwing her approach on 17. That'll be a long look, somewhere around circle 2. Shallow area of circle 2, that is.
Like, should I waiting? Like, maybe you should wait. Maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah, might as well.
Just until they get up the hill. Yeah. I don't need to be too very
Owen is waiting on 12. We'll head back to Ella Hansen, back on 11. What a pot by Ella Hansen. Obstructed, but not a problem. Ella, your outright leader at 6 under.
That was huge. She must have had a window, because that is such a risky putt to go for, knowing the rollaway is very likely to happen. Chantel gets great distance on that second shot. Still gonna have a chance to go for a birdie run if she wants to. Great second shot from Val.
We saw the approach by Allie. Here's the long birdie look. And that looks like she's going to be content with a par as she'll head into the 18th hole. Allie Smith sitting at 4 under. Very much in the running here during our opening round. Here's Evelina throwing her second.
This small tree, just 20 or 30 feet in front of Evelina, that's going to provide the most challenge. She gets through it and stays on the same level as the basket. From her view, there is that slight drop off behind and to the left of the pin. So that was smart to make sure it's staying short, staying to the right. That'll work. Hole 10 gives these players a little relief. Gives them a chance to maybe shave a stroke off of their scorecard after the challenging hole 9. There's another par 5 coming up there on hole 12 as you see Owen with their second.
And what a putt by Badinsky from circle 2.
She has had some highlights in the round today. Great putts.
And really not much reaction at all out of her. I mean, as if she was completely expecting it. Solid connection. And Dejano for a birdie. Also solid. Kristen, who's had a slow start, connects there for birdie. Evelina for the star frame.
Man, they made putts look easy on this hole. And I'm thinking, if I'm Evelina, closest to the pin, I'd be shaking. I'd be a little nervous not to mess things up.
Well, certainly some corrections that we saw from hole number 9. As they took care of 10 quite handedly. Now, Scoggins, forehand on 12, trying to climb up the hill. It's about midway.
Great shot, Allie.
A nice safe shot for Allie Smith. We'll see how she completes hole 18 of round 1 at Waco. We'll be back on the other side of this break.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow, flashing colors in a complex motif. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
An important part of getting a PDJ membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDJ membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdj.com/join.
Welcome back. Evelina Salonen on the tee of 11, and she doesn't like it.
And there is a threat. If you hit too far on the right-hand side, you might kick all the way to the left, and there is an OB line left of that path.
And the best drive we've seen today comes from Kristen on 11 with the forehand.
I think a forehand is such a great play because you can ride the low side of the fairway and skip up the hill.
Caught up on the left side for Mandahano. Just before the break, we saw Allie Smith's tee shot on 18. Here she is throwing her second. And she clears it. So a circle's edge putt for Allie Smith. If she wants it, I believe that would push her to 5 under.
And the conditions look perfect. The basket of 18, low wind. Good chance to go for it.
Still trouble for Bedinsky. And this kicked hard left for Salonen.
She did end up landing safe. Goes with the forehand roller.
Shot of the day. Just mark it, check it, done.
How
Unreal.
did that happen?
She's fighting through the woods, throwing a roller uphill as it checks back, curls up next to the pin without going back down the hill. Done.
And she can't even see how the disc finished up. Kristen comes over to give her props.
I think you could throw 100 more of those and not get as good of a result. Unbelievable scramble there from Evelina. My hairs are standing up on my arm with how good that shot was.
You just want to be right when it comes to shot of the day.
I can't imagine someone throwing. It's going to take a lot to throw a better shot than what we just saw there. Just the fact that she was so close to the OB on this left side. It was a terrible tee shot, let's be real. But then to throw this uphill, gets this little bounce, and then just the right amount of slowdown and speed so it doesn't roll back down the hill to give her a tester. She has a tap-in par coming.
There's so many things that could have went wrong.
Exactly. All right, Mandahano doing some scrambling of her own.
Thank you. I mentioned it in my keys. Scramble rate is going to lead to some success out here. So no matter where you are, how your tee shot ended up, upshot ended up, you can save yourself. You can still get a good score. No scrambling required for Kristen on this one. Great drive, very solid putt for the birdie.
Evelina to make it pay off, and she does.
Ladies and gentlemen, pretty quick on this one.
To set her up for a par save, we see this roller up the hill. Like you said, Val, there's so many things that could go wrong or ways that doesn't work out for her, but it does, and that's what's important. Left with that short tap in to save par.
Every second that the disc was out of her hand, I mean, she could have hit the first tree. She could have hit a rock or a root in the fairway. She could have gone on the other side, right-hand side of the woods. She could have rolled back down the hill.
Smith with a birdie look on 18. Show of a par to close out.
And what's interesting this year, we're going to be finishing on the new course. So hole 18, it provides some drama in the 2 rounds that will play out here at the Beast, but it won't be the finishing hole of this year's tournament. Missy throwing a nice turnover on 12. This is the second par 5 on the course. And you can see the shape of the hole in the course map. They have to stay left of the 2 Mandos, but the entire fairway bends to the right. So if you're on that left-hand side, you're going to have the best angle for each shot as you make your way down the fairway. But again, it's a very narrow tunnel all the way to the pin. So if you can keep your disc as close to the fairway or in the fairway for each shot, you're going to have the best opportunity to play this hole well. And I think that should be the focus of all these players. Just make sure that they're landing down the fairway, and that's going to be the best chance that you can play this hole cleanly. Likely strokes can add up if you end up off the fairway on any one of these shots, so you can make up strokes on the field if you play this hole clean. Currently the 4th most difficult hole on the course.
Nate, talk to us a little bit about that shot. I'm sure you had a better look at the angle than we did even.
It was so bad, but it was just so lucky.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation right there after an amazing out there from Evelina. And, you know, we're not really seeing that kind of timid nature from her today. I think that win back at Chess is really rolling over into her confidence right there, and hopefully that doesn't shake things up for her too much.
As we just saw Kristen recapping what she experienced in watching that. Love to see the players congratulate one another on their efforts as we're seeing Ella Hansen now. Looks like that is short and still in trouble.
Yeah. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Those that know Missy's game and bag probably aren't questioning which disc she's throwing, which model. It's just a matter of how beat up is it.
Say hi enough. Say hi enough.
I'll take it. That'll be all right.
All right, as she says. And we're back out into, I'll call it the open. Obviously, we see still a number of trees here on 13, but the course certainly becomes more open compared to what they just played over the previous 9 holes. And here's Stacy Kiefer. Solid putt. Stacy, who had put together a pretty impressive string of birdies there, 4 in a row at one point.
You saw it taking a double bogey on hole 16. The only change that we're seeing out on this course this year is hole 16. It's a complete redesign, a completely brand new hole. You can see, not easy. Stacy having some troubles there. Yeah, and I guess we talk about once you get past hole 12, you're in the open, you're in the clear, but hole 16, you get back into the woods. There's one last technical hole before you finish up.
That's wide for Hansen, so struggling here on 12, and a competitor that we're not seeing on the leaderboard or in the field right now today is Alexis Mondahano. Nate, you have some insight as to why she's not out competing today?
Play, and I know that she was at chess.com. I looked, she's registered for Open at Austin, so spoke to her. She actually pulled a muscle during practice here at the Beast, and you know, we talked about early injuries there with Stacy Ronsley. Unfortunate that Alexis is also dealing with an injury so early in the season.
Well, we certainly wish the best for Alexis. Hopefully a full recovery. Like you said, we know we're in Texas for the next few weeks, including our first major of the year, the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship, all coming up. As Scoggins throwing her approach on 13. So she'll have a long look for birdie. Stacy Kiefer teeing off on 18. Playing to the landing zone, trying to keep it safe. And she's done just that. See, not much movement on that flag. You talked about that earlier, Val. Seems like the conditions not too bad on 18. Looks like our feature card ready to go on 12.
I think forehand all the way to the pin is the best way to play this hole. Kristen starts off with a good drive.
Val will match it.
I think that there's
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking maybe that's a little too sharp, a little too inside. But once it makes its way down to the bottom of the hill, it checked up nicely.
Scoggins with a birdie look. Dead center chains. No problem there on the 13th.
The wind picking up slightly. Not a problem for Owen. And the wind really doesn't affect Owen's putting style. She has so much spin behind her disc. A second shot from Stacy. She keeps it safe. She makes sure she gets it over the water. Not likely she's going to risk going for the putt from that distance. And this is a good error to make, even though she's off the fairway. Being on that left-hand side gives her this nice open look. Keeps her second shot right in the middle of the fairway. She's back on track.
A moment ago, Ella Hansen had to pitch out to there. So hole 12, doing some work on Ella's scorecard here. The nose up. Not a good bid there for Hansen.
Oh, it's so low. Why you throw that low?
Low but safe.
Oh, the search party is on.
If it got like scooted up.
At least they got a lot of people looking for this disc.
It's definitely on the ground.
We'll see if we can get confirmation.
Stefanovic they're looking for off on the left side.
Okay, looks like Hannah Stevanovic is who they're looking for on that left side. To avoid, of course, a lost disc penalty. This is the overview shot brought to us by our friends at Flight Factory. And the search party continues.
Oh my God.
Somebody's won.
Oh my God.
That was very close.
That's such a good effort. I mean, everybody was scrambling.
That's the guy right there.
Good teamwork.
Thank you for.
Love it. Of course, you have 3 minutes to locate your disc. Otherwise, you have to go from where it was last thrown. And just in time. So Scoggins taps in for her par. So we'll see that pop up on 14 now. Back with Hannah.
Ready? Nice shot.
Yeah, especially being so close to the basket, you'd really hate to have a lost disc penalty and have to rethrow. And just like that, 3 of our competitors out in front at 6 under. 2 of those we saw leading at the chess.com event going into the final round in Ella Hansen and Holland Hanley. Good start so far. Gannon with her 3rd.
And another shocking shot from Missy. Doesn't even make it halfway to the basket. Got to be about 45 feet still left. I'm going to go straddle, get on the left-hand side of this tree. Slight headwind.
A costly mistake for Gannon on that previous approach. Stay on the left side edge for Val. Well executed shot there by Kristen. Not looking overly aggressive off the tee or that approach shot. Just kind of chipping away here at the par 5.
And I think that's so smart. It's better to focus on throwing the shot and getting to those landing zones, making your way down the fairway, than to try and be too powerful and bring in a higher risk of throwing it off the fairway. Evelina was in such an ideal spot on the fairway after the drive and makes a pretty big mistake on her second shot.
You see the tee shot by Natalie Ryan on 14. She'd go on to get the birdie. So ultimately, Ella will escape with the bogey. And we'll see the same there by Gannon. Gannon, who was off to such a hot start, has cooled off as of late.
Nothing but a pitch out for Evelina. And look at how wooded that area is. And it's jail. No need to risk. After two great shots, she was well out of position. Take the pressure off. Just walk away with the par. Make sure she's getting enough height underneath this. Oh, and just misses the line completely. That's an extra kick to go even deeper into the woods. What would she pay to throw that shot again? If you could.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
It's certainly going to be brutal in there. Evelina with her fourth. Still a chance to save par. Those chances are dwindling. Ella Hansen on the tee of 13. And that'll push out over to that much more open space on the left side. Not a bad place to be. You've got plenty of options with only a few trees to beat when you're out that far off to that left side. Middle circle 2 for Mundahano, so she'll have work left. She'll be able to see the pin, but it'll be somewhat obstructed and maybe even an awkward stance. And Holland Hanley was gaining some momentum over the last few holes, but steps up to 14 and has the double bogey 5. Still sits at 4 under, however, very much in contention. Gannon, tee of number 13.
Like you mentioned, anything on that left-hand side, you're going to be in a great spot. It all comes down to what you do on your second shot and how close you can get to the basket. Decent pitch out. Back to the fairway. Kristen couldn't get away scot-free. Hits that last tree, kicks her to the left.
Yeah.
Putting out of the trees.
It's a little bit
But it should be a
forward.
short putt.
By the time we complete hole 11, I believe we're going to see just one remaining clean scorecard in the division, and that will likely be held by Kristen. Her and Evelina entered hole number 12 here with the 2 remaining clean scorecards. Looks like only one may leave. Bedinsky next to the basket. She'll have a tap in for bogey.
Should finally take a deep breath. The hard work is over. Fought her way all the way to the pin.
Natalie Ryan on the tee of 15.
So they got rid of old hole 15. This is just a renumbered hole. This was 16 in previous years. And it's just a wide open tee shot. You want to make sure you're getting enough distance. You're understanding what the wind's doing. It's another hole where it all comes down to that second shot.
Hell yeah. It's perfect.
Ooh, Paige called it perfect, but it was risking going OB long.
Long range for Leah Sinigini. Buries it on hole 17. Kristen, a look for birdie. And draws some metal, but will be left with a par. As I said, also will likely be the only remaining clean scorecard.
Yeah, I was thinking she was a lot closer than what she ended up being. That was around circle 2, or at least outside circle 1.
Salonen taps in for the double bogey after Kristen for par. Bedinsky in for bogey. And they have a long walk to think about what just happened on 12 as they'll head over to 13 where we catch up with Ella Hansen. And not taking advantage of the good drive, Hansen comes up short. But let's see what they need to do here on 13, Val.
We're out of the deep woods and heading back into some more wider open tee shots. This one, they want to hit that gap on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side of our screen, just to the left of that Mando. And if they fly straight for the majority of the way and then finish off into this landing zone on the left-hand side, it's going to be a great shot. I think even more to the left, if they can keep hyzering to the left of these trees, it's going to give you a more open look for that second shot. It's a slight low ceiling if you're in line with this tree in the center of our screen. There is OB long, left, and to the right. So it needs to be a perfectly dialed in second shot to give yourself a look at a birdie. And this is when you get back into the open, you have to remember what the wind is doing and keep that in mind.
Too much for Hansen. Hannah has a birdie look, and she cans it.
Nice putt.
What a bounce back for Hannah. The birdie on 13. We'll take one more look at it. More action on the other side.
UPlay Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, UPlay Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore uplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
To reinvent means looking to the future, seeing greatness for a new generation. With the passion to perform and the talent to win. The time is now. The future is here.
I'm beyond excited to introduce my first disc with MVP, the Prism Proton Envy, also known as Rebirth. I absolutely love the fact that my name's on it and I'm going to be able to throw it. It's an incredible disc.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
13, Kristen going first and lacing it right up the middle. So unlike what we saw from Ella, that doesn't push out to the left side, so she'll have a few more trees to contend with. Ella's second on 14, so off the mark for her initial tee shot, but good recovery. Now Chantel. Nice and clean. Not mad at that. What a shot. Gannon's attempt is low. Radinsky out around circle's edge. Shallow circle 2 for the birdie look. Scoggins has a look for birdie on 15. And off the top. And as they've come out from the woods into the open area, Perks, give us a little update, because it seems like the wind isn't what it would normally be doing.
Yeah, typically the prevailing wind here is, out of the northwest, and today we've got more of a direct south wind, and it's kind of lending to a tail right to left here on these first 3 open holes, and then it's going to be a pretty tricky head crosswind on the final 3 holes, and the wind is just now starting to pick up. So I'm guessing these back 6 are going to play pretty tough.
Thanks for the insight as we saw Kristen approach right next to the pin. Yeah, I feel like so often you're kind of brutalized in the woods. Then you come out to this hole and the next 2 or 3 actually, and you're just faced with a stiff headwind. Today that doesn't appear to be the case, but that's going to make, as Perk said, the last couple of holes even more difficult as they play it back the opposite way. Here's Salonen with her standstill approach. A little left on that.
But worked out pretty good. She did go with the tee shot that was a more direct route. Got a little bit more distance, but it's a more technical approach.
Natalie Ryan taps in for the 3rd straight birdie, getting 13, 14, and 15. Owen walks away with a par. And we take a look at our overall leaderboard. Scoggins out in front at 6 under. Hansen and Ryan both sitting at 5 under.
And it's wild, Terry. I'm looking at everybody's scorecard. Everybody above Kristen has 7 or more birdies on their scorecard. Kristen is the only player without a bogey, but only 3 birdies today. So less than half the birdies of everybody else in front of her. But keeping it clean, keeping it bogey-free.
Holland Hanley throwing her 2nd on 15, and that's right next to the pin. That would go on to become a birdie, and she'll move to 5 under with that. Chantel have another one from circle 2.
Right on line. And it's one thing to think about, these players as they're throwing their approach shot. Of course, getting it as close to the basket as possible is the most ideal thing to do in the wind, but landing on the side of the basket where the wind is your more preferred wind to putt in. And for me, that was always a tailwind. Some players like to putt when it's a headwind, but knowing that and understanding what the wind is doing is really important.
And we really haven't seen Evelina's putter hit the ground much today. That one deep in circle 1, and she doesn't connect. The solid putting continues from Valerie. Trying to add to that birdie list, not a problem for Kristen. now we're on the brand new 16.
We'll take it.
I wouldn't say that's the preferred route.
And for the first time, we're taking a look at hole 16, Val.
So, I've heard there's 2 routes on this hole. You can go on the left-hand side down through this very tight tunnel. It seems like a very narrow gap to hit. Or you can go wide and you can actually go over the river and try and hyzer it back inbounds. Of course, more risky play, especially if the wind is not favorable. But a tunnel shot, it looks just as daunting. And very challenging to get a par if you hit short on the left-hand side. Oh, going with a backhand in this left-hand route.
I'll take it, man. Yep. Yeah. Not bad spot. Nothing I can do more hand from there. Got it.
Owen seems content with her effort. That was the drive by Kristen there. Putting herself in position for another birdie. Mondahano. Wind just ripping.
The wind can be a huge factor on this hole if you throw your drive a little too high and don't get the right angle on the disc. There's OB left, right, and beyond the pin. And it's just over 300 feet, so they should be throwing aggressively, trying to get close to the basket.
Ella on the tee of 15. 609-foot par 4. And that's a great setup shot.
Great shots. Oh my god. Even right here. Like, yeah, I noticed.
Well, it seems like Owen's got it figured out. And here's Missy's second shot on 15. Evelina not able to draw any metal. The putting has looked so good from Mondahano so far today. Let's see if she can keep it rolling, trying to fight herself back to an even par. Well, the internet's going to blame me for that one, Val.
Just slightly too far to the left. And that's the easy error to make on this one. But it leaves you with the tester putt. This is what Evelina has left for par. Just a ripping headwind in her face.
We were talking about the birdie count earlier, Val, how it felt like she wasn't quite collecting them like the rest of the division. And I think she's taking that personal. She's ready. She's accepting the challenge. Take another look at the drive. Beautiful flexing forehand that's going to fight back at the very end, get the appropriate skip just deep of the basket. She converts that for birdie. 4 of the last 5 after that slow start we were referencing.
Yep, it's never too late to get on the birdie train, and especially on this course, these finishing holes can be so challenging, and some players, you know, once you have some troubles in the woods, it's easy to talk yourself out of the round, but do you have the endurance to finish strong? And this is when Kristen can really put her foot on the gas and catch up to everyone. Currently in a tie for second. That really makes this hole look easy. Ella putting all the distance on that tee shot, and a relatively easy approach.
Well, and I'd love to talk to Perkins, who's out on the ground. Nate, you guys are kind of walking past a hole we typically play. What's it look like now?
Yeah, I kind of have to shed a tear for this hole. You know, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing with the electrical box and the road, but it is an iconic hole. You know, of course, this is the hole that, you know, Jeremy Colling won a couple playoffs on, and it's always been a challenging one, whether you're playing into a ripping tail or the headwind. They've added a new hole down by the river, and this is now kind of the vendor alley, so it makes sense, but we're going to miss this eagleable par 4.
That is exactly, they're still walking in that same direction, so going through that space as if they're heading, well, as they head to the next hole. We see Gannon up ahead on 15 in for birdie. Natalie converts on the putt. And will remain at 5 under. Ella Hansen, after going just deep, has this comeback for the birdie, and not a problem. So Ella Hansen, with 7 birdies on her scorecard, is back to 6 under.
You're 3 miles away. We do a great job right here.
Yeah, par frame, I'll take that.
Par frame.
For sure.
I know the card before there was like.
And from Hannah Wynn taking in a little cat action out there. Bring your cat to the course day? Is that a thing?
It is today. I think it's a cat backpack as well.
The cat pack? No? I don't know. I could use one of those. We're going to take a quick break. That's what we need on the network. We'll be right back. I'm going to take a cat pack or a cat nap, one of the two.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight and captures our players' personalities along the journey. From prehistoric to flying machines, the theme for the 2024 Signature Series has some incredible artwork on some amazing pieces of plastic. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Back on the tee of 15 with Kristen. Now with Natalie Ryan on the tee of 17. Dries up just short of the out of bounds. Also on 17, Owen Scoggins. You gotta love the angle and the positioning there for Owen. And she'll set up for her second. There's Salonen on 16.
Especially with Owen's sidearm, that's going to be a nice angle. Over on the right-hand side of the fairway, the OB line does bump in a little bit, making it more narrow.
Hanley has a birdie look on 16.
And it looks like there's just no wind on that basket.
Feels like the last few holes we've seen Kristen come out of her shell and really get into the birdie train and put some together.
Where do you come up with these things? It's great. So you can see there's that path on the right hand side of 15, really pushing the players on the left hand side. This drive from Natalie is just ideal, but ooh, the second shot is riding that OB line on the right. Yeah, OB. But she gets a good amount of distance. It's a relatively short next shot.
Well, favorable after the misfire there by Hansen. It's going to keep her right at the mouth of the opening there.
So we've seen everybody taking this tunnel route on the left side. And from the tee, it would have to be a really wide shot over the river, and it just seems too risky. And what I'm seeing, previous years, this basket has been elevated, and that makes this approach even more daunting, that you get it close and you make sure you're as close as possible on your putt. But now they've lowered it to a standard height basket. Nevertheless, Kristen's parked.
And even closer for Evelina Salonen. And for the first time, we're seeing a competitor go out and around Pierce. And sticks it just outside of the bullseye for Pierce. So it certainly can be done. And Paige setting herself up for a birdie. You'd have to think, after some competitors see that Pierce has done it, others will challenge that. We know there's a handful of other women that have more than enough power to take that line, and Pierce showing just how effective it can be.
And right, it's just 285 feet. So it's not the distance that's the hard part. It's just being risky and going for it. That left side, even though it's safe, it is so much more challenging to hit the gap and can be so punishing if you don't.
And Natalie doesn't want any part of going after that birdie. Scoggins out in front, 7 under. Your leader at the moment. And that was the putt that did it, that brought her to 7 under. You see the excitement. What a round by Owen Scoggins. Bedinsky on the 15th. Solid putt as well.
Amazing seeing these scorecards popping up and to see how different each scorecard looks and where players had trouble or not. Kristen continues chugging forward, taking another birdie. So getting a clean scorecard.
And from even closer range, Evelina converts on the birdie. You really don't see Kristen taking a lot of high, big wide hyzers in terms of her throws. Usually she's more of a laser kind of line drive approach to shots. And then she has such a phenomenal forehand. I can't imagine that she would go out and around here on this new hole. I would expect probably a forehand from her, but I don't know. I'm just excited to see more women try and take this line. You see that the trouble that you can get caught up in and have all these difficulties and challenges by trying to go up the middle. Let's see if the game plan gets switched up at all come round number 3. We're here on rounds 1 and 3 at this course, and then we'll be at Lake Waco for rounds 2 and 4.
It was just short enough to have to duck.
Scoggins out in front, sitting at 17 under, just the 18th left to play. Really no doubt what her game plan will be there.
And we're almost through with the first round. Tomorrow we head into the brand new course. Gonna be a lot more OB, a lot more water shots. It'll be fun to see if these scores separate and if it shakes anything up. But so far, I feel like all the way down to Stacy Kiefer, you are in the hunt. This tournament this year is now expanded into a 4-day event. So it's just about endurance and keeping with it. First shot over the water results in a birdie for Paige Pierce. a range of scores with this card on the new hole 16.
Kristen with the forehand on 16, and that is hung up on the left side of the fairway. See if the low line drive pays off, and that kicks to the right for Evelina.
That shows how difficult this hole is. I mean, Evelina is getting fist bumps, and she's inside circle 2.
Scoggins trying to lay up close to the water. She's gonna flirt with it.
What I'm doing.
Yeah, you can trust it over that water.
Yeah, it'll be a team of
Natalie on the tee of 18. Also going for the layup, opting not to go over the water.
roll down the hill.
The wind is not favorable. Throwing into a direct headwind. So it's a smart to play on the left-hand side today.
Great positioning for Ella. Nate, you know, we were just talking about Paige and the birdie here on 16. What do you think of that play?
I mean, there's not too many in the division that would consider that play. The wind is head left to right now, so it's going to keep that hyzer from swinging back in, and that's taking a lot of risk landing your disc out in the Brazos River.
We just saw an errant shot coming from Kristen, certainly threatening her bogey-free round right now. And Nate, I'll follow up. We heard Paige yesterday in the press conference talking about how she thinks she wants to play smarter golf and not necessarily go for the fun shots. How would you categorize the out and around play here on 16?
I think it got through quite a bit.
Yeah, I think with Paige's speed, I don't think it's too crazy of a play as long as the miss is inside and in the tree line. I think the thing you absolutely can't do is like flatten that hyzer out. So with Paige's arm speed, I would tell her to send it every time.
Well, she certainly did send it. And I know you've been on the bag for a number of her victories in the past. Love seeing it there by Paige as we just watched yet another replay of it.
Yeah, that was a steep hyzer angle. The error would be going too far left, and that's the error you want to make. You want that disc back. You want a chance at birdie. And I feel like there's a lot of holes set up like that tomorrow. There's a lot of holes where you can play the risky shot over the water, but you need to make sure that you're bringing it back in bounds. Otherwise, you're only advancing up the fairway less than 100 feet.
And short for Kristen, not guaranteeing her a bogey. She'll have a lengthy putt to do so, but double bogey now is in the conversation.
So Kristen not loving this new change on the course at the moment.
And Natalie has gone deep, pushing almost all the way back to the long OB line. Expect a layup from there, but I guess we'll see as Budinsky puts herself inside the circle. Scoggins trying to add on to the lead she already currently holds. And inside the circle with a birdie look. Kristen will have a look from circle 2. The putt has looked good, and this is to save bogey. On the mark, Kristen from circle 2. Or Demon this are powered by Naqua moment. Kristen converts to limit the damage to a bogey.
And that is just showing her experience and of keeping her mind in it. You know, this is not a hole that you should be making that many errors back to back to back. For Kristen to step up and kind of push that all aside and focus on the task at hand and make that putt. Just fantastic to see.
Well, we no longer have any clean scorecards on the round. The Beast has, well, managed to at least put a blemish on every person's card.
That's the danger.
It appears that has checked up. I thought that was going to roll into the water. Ella's got a great angle for the forehand here on 17 and gets some great ground play. Backspin for Ella Hansen.
And with Ella's drive being kind of short of the trees on the corner and on the inside, it sets up so nicely for the second sidearm. And the way that it spikes into the ground ensures that it's not going to flare off to the right. You get that bonus skip back to the basket to make a shorter putt.
What a round by Owen Scoggins. 8 under with a bogey. She will be your leader for the moment. We'll see if she can hold on, if she'll be the outright leader, if someone can catch her. It doesn't look likely, barring some kind of throw-in by Kristen or Ella to close out. Scoggins will be our leader after round 1 at Waco.
I'm looking at Owen's stats. I mean, it was all about her just hitting the fairway, playing very clean, and of course, her strength is always in the putter. Near perfect from the circle. She's even got 50% for her C2 putting, hitting 2 out of 4 today. So a couple of bonus putts. 9 birdies out there. Amazing.
A good shot by Cannon. So Natalie in for par to close out.
Look at the gap between Owen and Kristen just in the matter of 10 minutes or so. Owen finishing off strong, 2 birdies on 17 and 18, and Kristen carding her first bogey. Ella's lining up for another birdie on her scorecard. Missy's in a good position to birdie as well. Yep, there is still that OB line on the tree line. So Evelina might be in trouble. You can see the flags on the right-hand side of our screen.
Well, I'm thinking of strategy, and no better person to ask than Nate Perkins out there on the ground. Nate, where is the ideal landing zone on this hole?
Yeah, from the FPO pad, I think with the wind today, if you play up and to the left, you're going to put yourself in a pretty tough spot with the left to right crosswind that they're going to have. So they're trying to shape one down the hill just a bit, Terry.
Thank you, Nate, as we're watching Kristen's forehand possibly push down the hill, or at least it looks like she'll have flat ground and not have to deal with one of the remaining trees, as she's at least level with them. And it looks like she'll have to take her own bag, as fiancé Silver will head off to get his round started. Missy from circle 2. And that's exactly what Nate was talking about when we are thinking about how they have to close out with the wins here on 16, 17, and 18. And Holland Hanley was one of our longest throwers in the game. Still going for the layup play here, but it doesn't pan out. Looks like she's gone out of bounds. So Ella now moves to 6 under. Great bounce back after the bogey.
This is a beautiful overview of hole 17 down at the bottom of our screen. That's the corner and the landing zone. If you want to play the longer shot, there's these trees right on the corner that you have to just determine what your strategy is going to be. Are you going to go long of those trees? Are you going to play the inside route? You're bringing that right-hand side OB line into play and having to rely on more of a placement shot.
And if you don't make it to the corner, as we're seeing Budinsky, this is so dangerous because you're really just trusting the power that you're going to put on this to not carry it too far into the water. You still need to make progress and push it all the way down the hill if you can. And a favorable roll and in good position. So great result.
Evelina's drive did go out of bounds.
Huh? I don't know. You can go.
Kristen lining up to throw her second.
Wow, she's smack dab in the between those trees.
That's pushing right side, but just about pin high. We'll see how aggressive she is with the putt. I feel as if she's been on the mark enough that she's going to be running that. That could be a daunting putt, depending what the wind feels like on the green. But I would expect her to go after that one. Here's Hanley throwing her third after going OB off the tee. And a well-placed approach. And from From there, she'd be able to go on and actually make par. So a solid opening round here for Holland Hanley.
Evelina pulling her disc back from the OB line. She has the advantage to do that, which gives her a better look at this angle. Now, did she hit in bounds before kicking into the water?
This will be a crucial call. Nate, not sure if you had any better line on that than we did. Could you tell if Evelina maybe hit inbounds before going out?
You can see how aggressive they are with the OB line near the river. They really brought it in this year. So even if you hit dry land, you could be on the wrong side of the OB line.
Nicely done by Badinsky. Here's Hansen on the tee of 18. Playing the layup.
And it's surprising if the wind is not right to not see Ella go for it.
And of all competitors, we haven't seen anyone go after the green here on 18. And Pierce is going to do it.
I hit my booby.
Oh, she comes up short. So she goes after it, tries to go for the green, and doesn't get there. Gannon. Nice and close to the water.
So seeing Evelina walk this far down the fairway, I believe the spotter is going to give her a spot right next to the pin.
See if there's a conversation among the group.
Maybe. They're walking back.
Loving the Flight Factory drone, the aerial coverage provided to us here in 2024, the rest of the season. I don't know if this makes 17, if it explains it better or if it just makes it look more dangerous and daunting, but I certainly love the overview shot.
And knowing that the river is just beyond where Valerie was putting from, you still have about 25 feet or around circle's edge. So there's plenty of space behind the basket if you want to be aggressive.
very effective approach shot by Ella Hansen. Missy Gannon putting more on it, and that will likely be deemed out of bounds. You need to have some part of your disc touching inbounds in order to get that call in your favor, and all she was touching is the line, which in itself is out of bounds. Here's Kristen for birdie. Splashes out of the left side. It was off center, so understandable it didn't stay in, but just barely off the mark.
It hits so much chain, but not enough forward momentum to carry it deeper into the basket. So finally, our questions have been answered. Evelina gets a spot right near the pin. So inside the circle for bogey.
Val, we saw it at thechess.com. Her putting looks great. So impressive. And we're saying because we've seen struggles from her in the past, and we've had no indication of such here today.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, to see how she played this hole, 2 shots OB and a solid putt. And it makes all the difference in the world. I mean, you can be the best thrower, you can be so accurate, but if you cannot put the disc in the basket, you're done. So it's great to see her putting so well.
And Scoggins is your leader at 8 under. As I just mentioned, Owen is the leader. She's at 8 under, and she caught up with Brian Earhart. They're in the clubhouse. Let's hear from him now.
All right, joining us in the clubhouse, your current leader at 8 under par, Owen Scoggins, 304 total feet of putting distance. Talk about the day. That's wild.
My putting today was like I feeling good today. I maybe missed some 1 or 2 putt today, but overall, putt in the wind. I'm kind of extra focused today about putting. I'm not take too short, take some time here and there. And like I said, I cannot overthinking putting too much. I try to just let it go.
Overall, when you went in the woods, you got a decent amount of birdies. Talk about how the game was feeling throwing-wise, backhand, forehand. I'm
very fortunate to throw both backhand and sidearm, especially at the wood course. Like sometimes you need some sidearm upshot here and there, so I have that, and I feel comfortable with the wood. And also when I come out of the at the field out here, I feel more comfortable. I use the right disc this year, and I learn the course every year. So yeah, just overall I learned the course better.
Well, you said that you had to get your birdies stacked up on this course because tomorrow we go to Lake Waco. Talk about that course.
Man, I practiced yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. I start hurt my arm, my tendon elbow, because I have to play full drive, lay up. So tomorrow you're gonna see a super boring golf from me. Like I said, I need to stack up some score here because tomorrow is gonna be boring golf for me.
Well, Owen, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have Ella Hansen trying to get within 1 of Scoggins. And what a close by Ella Hansen, picking up 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. She's 7 under, which is 1 back of our leader, Owen Scoggins. Let's take a look at 18, Val.
Hole 18, we've seen most all of our players choosing this left-hand layup zone. And you still have to focus on the drive. You want to make sure you're bringing it out wide and allowing it to hyzer back safely on the left-hand side. Then you still have to go over the water. There's no way around it. You have to throw straight over the water and judge the distance perfectly. With the course map, it really shows you a good idea of all the drama that can happen around the basket. Throwing something short of the pin, you can find water and you'd have to rethrow. You want to make sure you're throwing it far past the pin, but there's OB long as well.
Not a problem for Kristen to find inbounds.
I can check. Eva.
Okay.
Yes. Eva.
And the more distance that you can put on this drive, it's going to shorten up that second shot.
Well, and Val, let's take a look at your keys for closing, brought to us by BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, I think each player has to come up with their own game plan, and it's been fun to watch. Fairway hits, that's most important with all this out of bounds, and maybe on the next round we're going to see him kick it up a notch because there's so many strategies that you can play. You can be more aggressive if you want to, and that's when you're really going to make up strokes on the field. And I think they've done a really good job of making these final few holes on this course so challenging. It makes her a really fun finish, and it can really change up somebody's round. You know, you could play these holes really well, or you can find trouble and allow the rest of the field to catch up to you. As good as it gets.
Kristen should finish the day at 6 under, which would put her 2 back of Scoggins. We'll take another look from the overview shot. Just on point the entire way. Perfect speed, checks up, and inside the bullseye.
And I'd say a very solid opening round for Kristen and her 2024 season.
And Valerie matches with a near perfect shot of her own. Can Evelina get it even closer? That'll work. Moments before their approaches, we saw Badinsky with hers. That one will slide inside circle 1. And as they make their way around, the guy that made his way around the course today, Nate Perkins, any closing shots before we let you go, Nate? Nate's already headed off to Tournament Central, getting himself prepped. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Tournament Central with Nate Perkins and Brian Earhart.
And I think I'm going to shed a tear knowing that this isn't our finishing hole of the tournament this year. We've gotten so used to the beast in hole 18. See a new, maybe a new champion crown, but we'll see a new finishing hole this year out at the golf course.
I'll make the note again. In the last 6 years, we've seen 6 different FPO champions at this tournament. So the excitement is going to be there for sure as we see Evelina Salonen in closing out with a birdie. Kristen also in for birdie. She'll move to 6 under, 2 off the lead. And Val, round one officially in the books. Any surprises?
Not necessarily. I think it's a good start. It's nice to see there's a lot of scores stacked up so closely. You know, we've got 4 rounds this year of this tournament, and we're switching it. We're going to a different course. We heard what Owen's strategy is. I'm excited to see what our big distance throwers think about the course. I want to see how it's played and how aggressive you can play. Owen mentioned she's going to play some boring golf and just lay up, but that could pay off as well.
It could, but I don't think Owen really knows how to play boring golf. She may claim that, but she always finds some way to not only have a good time, but add excitement to the round. And like you said, I'll be excited to see what someone like Paige Pierce, who showed some aggression on this course, we'll see what she can do out there tomorrow. So, yeah, round 2 should be a banger. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break here on the network, and when we come back, we'll have Kristen Tatar. She'll join us in an interview, and we'll break it down with our OTB shot of the day as well. We'll see you in a moment.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hamley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
With 20 years of the educational disc golf experience, disc golf is now a mainstream activity in physical education across the nation. 150,000 lightweight golf discs, 267 permanent campus courses installed, and thousands of partner programs in all 50 states. As a 100% publicly funded charity, Edge Disc Golf couldn't do it without you. Please join our mission to reach and teach the next 3 million young disc golfers.
Today we saw the return of Kristen Tatar. Off the mark with the drive on one, but almost made up for it with a metal hit, just short of throwing in for birdie. She had a very busy off-season over in Estonia, both from a PR perspective and also just some rest and relaxation. Actually struggled with some health. She said she felt like she had a cold or some form of cold throughout most of the off season. And she comes back and gets off to a relatively slow start today, Val. I think you said just 1 under through the front 9?
Yeah, it was kind of shocking to see. I mean, she didn't necessarily look on point with her drives or her her approaches, and to see the rest of the field carting up so many birdies in that front 9. It was really, once we hit hole 10 and on, she racked up 6 birdies, 1 bogey to bring her score to 6 under for today's round.
She would battle her way back to that 6 under, which has her currently in 3rd place. Owen Scoggins, our leader, at 8. We've got a great lead card coming for you guys tomorrow. And like you said, we're moving to an entirely different course. We have now a 4-round event. I think wins are going to play a major factor into what we see. And then just like Owen was saying, just the overall skills that are required and maybe needing a little more distance when they're out there. We don't often see new courses added to the tour. What is your thought process as they're going to be introduced to a brand new course and their first competitive round out there tomorrow?
Yeah, I think each player is going to have their own opinion because this course or this tournament has been played the same for so many years. You have the open holes on the Beast, and then you have the wooded holes, and it's just a battle that you have to fight through. And now they add in the second course where it could... We'll see how it all shakes out, but from what it looks like, a big distance thrower could have the advantage to play aggressive lines, bring in the risk, but a risk can really pay off if you hit your lines and stay in bounds. And so we could see the advantage swing in the favor of our big throwers tomorrow. We get back to the Beast for our 3rd round, which could, again, shake things up. I think this course, it's very interesting. If you're not on your game, you can see the scores really shake up. And so I think it's a good balance of adding in an extra course. I know it helped bring in a lot more spectators to this event because it's tough to view this course in those wooded holes. So I think it's just creating a bigger and better event by adding in the second course, and we'll see if it provides some more drama and some more action for our players.
All right. Well, we were just talking about Kristen and her first competitive round back. Just after her round, we were able to catch up with her. Let's hear from her now.
Bogey on the front. Talk about that start. You just said to me off camera that it felt a little strange competing. Can you expand on that?
Yes, I mean, it's been so long, almost 5 months, I think, that I've really played competitively, and I knew that once I come here, it's going to be cameras in my face, and I'm the defending champion, so there might be some expectations coming from the fans. But to be honest, I didn't really let it bother me, but it was still weird. So I feel like at times things weren't really going my way.
Yeah.
Because last year was kind of perfect, and everything seemed to be going my way, so it was tough to like accept those mistakes, so to speak. But I just kept telling myself to just enjoy, relax, the birdies will come, and I mean, I did the best I could.
The birdies did start coming. I mean, people were starting to wonder, like, maybe she's just not knocking all that rust off just yet, but they did start to come. I want to ask you about something that I saw out there on 16. You were approaching your 3rd shot to putt for your single bogey from like 50 feet, and you shook your limbs like a cat does when it falls out of a tree. Like how does that help? Is that resetting you mentally, or?
I don't even know. It just comes automatically, I guess. I'm just doing what I feel is necessary to be relaxed and to putt and give my best effort. And it was really a great moment because I feel like my focus was like switched on and off at times. I was like at times too relaxed, and then I was like, quit like choking around. You have to like you can't take double bogey. It's just you have to like at least save the single bogey. And then when my focus is on, I prove to myself that I can really like get things done. So that was really nice.
All right. Well, Kristen, congrats on the 6 under par effort. You're just 2 back of the lead. We'll see you at the brand new Lake Waco course tomorrow.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, and I think we all know that a focused Kristen means trouble usually for the rest of the field. But real quick, I want to talk about the rest of the field. Ella Hansen and Holland Hanley I know I said it earlier, they were your front runners going into the last round of the chess.com. They both come out and have really solid opening rounds here today. Evelina ultimately came out on top in that scenario, but here they are contending yet again in the early goings here of this tournament. Looks pretty promising for them.
It sure does. And I think, they were both in contention last year at so many events, and it's a matter of just getting more rounds under their belt, some more solid rounds, and playing more consistently. I mean, that's the only thing that's holding them back. And so, playing very well in the last event sets them up really nicely to, all right, now I can do it. I was so close a couple weeks back, and maybe this tournament's theirs.
All right. Well, you're talking about setups. Well, I'm thinking of the setup for the OTB Open, or the OTB Only the Best Shot of the Day. I was thinking of that setup that Evelina had to get out of trouble, to then walk away with the par, but I don't know if they're going to stick with that. Do you have any other guesses? Anything else that you loved out there? Paige's shot on 16, the new 16, was pretty impressive.
Right. The only birdie of the day on that hole, going over the water. Yeah, I mean, Evelina, that one's a standout in my head.
All right, let's roll it. It's our OTB Only the Best Shot of the Day. Let's take a look. That they want to mess with me in the production room. No, I like it. We're going to roll with it. Evelina right next to the basket. So impressive to save the par. Thank you to OTB for our Only the Best Shot of the Day. And here are what we'll see for our coverage times the rest of the weekend. And note that Sunday we will start a little bit later. Make sure you guys spring forward with your clocks. FPO action coming to you guys at 2 p.m. this afternoon. That's Central Time, where you can find myself and Nate Doss. For Nate Perkins out on the course, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon.